They were poisoned, stabbed, drowned in wine barrels and blown to pieces. Some vanished without a trace. Others died screaming. 30 British royals murdered in ways you won't believe, and the killers were never caught. A boy king butchered on a toilet. 2 princes suffocated in their sleep. A queen's husband strangled, then exploded, and the royal doctor who confessed to killing a king just to make the morning papers. These aren't legends. These are real, unsolved murders that the palace tried to bury. Before we descend into these unsettling tales, take a moment to leave a comment. Where are you watching from? What time is it in your corner of the world? Whether it's the quiet hours before dawn or the deep night when mysteries feel most real, you're not alone in wondering what really happened to these royals. And if you find yourself drawn into these strange and troubling stories, consider subscribing. We dig into the forgotten details, the overlooked evidence, and the uncomfortable truths that official history prefers to bury. Our journey begins in the medieval period, a time when death came swiftly and often violently, when kings died with swords in their hands and crowns on their heads, and when the line between accident and assassination was drawn in blood and erased by those who benefited most from convenient deaths. England in the year 1016 was a kingdom at war with itself. The throne was contested, allegiances shifted like sand, and the young King Edmund, known to history as Edmund Ironside, found himself locked in a brutal struggle for survival against the Danish invader Canute. Edmund had earned his nickname through sheer determination and military prowess. For months he had fought battle after battle, refusing to surrender even as his kingdom crumbled around him. He had proven himself a warrior, a strategist, and a legitimate king chosen by the Council of Nobles in London. But his rival Canute, elected by a different faction in Southampton, had the backing of a formidable Danish army and an equal claim to legitimacy. The two men met on the battlefield repeatedly throughout that blood-soaked year. Edmund won several engagements, demonstrating that his nickname was well-deserved. But at the Battle of Assendun in October 1016, his fortunes turned. He was decisively defeated, forced to negotiate a division of the kingdom. Edmund would rule Wessex, Canute would take the rest. It was an uneasy peace, a temporary arrangement that everyone knew could not last. One of them would eventually control all of England. The question was simply, which one, and how soon? The answer came with shocking speed. Just 1 month after the battle, in November 1016, Edmund Ironside died. He was in his early 20s, in the prime of his life, a battle-hardened warrior who had survived countless fights. The official records are vague about the cause of death, mentioning only that he passed away suddenly. But a chronicler named Henry of Huntingdon, writing in the 12th century, offered a very different account. According to Henry, Edmund met his end in the most undignified way imaginable. He was sitting on a toilet, attending to a very basic human need, when an assassin burst in and stabbed him to death. The story is grotesque, shocking, and exactly the kind of sensational detail that medieval chroniclers love to include. But is it true? Henry of Huntingdon was writing more than a century after the events he described. Long enough for facts to become confused with fiction, for political propaganda to masquerade as history. More sober historians have suggested that Edmund probably died from wounds sustained in battle, or perhaps from disease. Medieval warfare was brutal, and even minor injuries could turn septic and fatal in an age before antibiotics. Dysentery, typhoid, and other illnesses swept through armies regularly, killing more soldiers than any sword. Yet the toilet assassination story persists, and there's a reason for that. It speaks to something deeper than mere gossip. It reflects the profound paranoia of medieval politics, where even the most private moments were potentially dangerous, where trust was a luxury kings could not afford. And perhaps most importantly, it acknowledges what everyone at the time must have thought but could not say openly. Edmund's death was extraordinarily convenient for Canute. With his rival gone, the Danish leader immediately claimed the entire Kingdom of England. There was no civil war, no lengthy succession dispute. Edmund's infant sons were too young to rule, and the kingdom fell to Canute without further bloodshed. Was Edmund Ironside murdered? We will never know for certain. The evidence is too old, too corrupted by time and political bias. What we do know is that his death marked the end of the Anglo-Saxon dynasty's resistance to Danish rule, that it came at precisely the moment when it benefited Canute most, and that even medieval observers found the circumstances suspicious enough to invent increasingly dramatic stories about how it happened. The truth died with Edmund, whether on a battlefield, in a sickbed, or in the most vulnerable moment of his life. The pattern of convenient deaths and suspicious timing would repeat itself throughout English royal history, but few would be quite as dramatic or as immediately consequential as the death of William Rufus, the second Norman king of England, who met his end on the 2nd day of August in the year 1100. William II, known as William Rufus because of his red complexion, was not a popular king. He was the third son of William the Conqueror, and he had inherited the throne of England when his father died in 1087. His elder brother Robert inherited Normandy, creating an awkward division that would plague both realms for years. William Rufus was temperamental, irreligious, and deeply unpopular with the church. He kept bishoprics vacant so he could collect their revenues. He mocked religious ceremonies. He surrounded himself with young men of dubious reputation. The chroniclers of his time, who were mostly monks, painted him as a moral disaster, a tyrant who offended God and man alike. But whatever his faults, William Rufus was an effective military commander and a strong ruler. He held England together, fought off his brother's attempts to reunify the Norman lands under a single crown, and even made some progress in conquering more of Wales and Scotland. By the summer of 1100, he had ruled for 13 years and showed no signs of weakening his grip on power. His brother Robert was away on the First Crusade fighting for Jerusalem, and William's younger brother Henry was landless and powerless, earning him the nickname Henry Beauclerc. For whatever reason, Beauclerc. On the 1st of August, William went hunting in the New Forest, a royal preserve in Hampshire that his father had created by evicting entire villages and turning their land into a private hunting ground. It was a favorite pastime of Norman nobility, and William was an enthusiastic hunter. He was accompanied by several nobles, including his younger brother Henry and a nobleman named Walter Tyrrell. What happened next is one of the great mysteries of medieval England. According to the accounts that survive, someone in the hunting party shot an arrow that struck William in the lung. The king fell from his horse and died quickly, possibly within minutes. The arrow had pierced his chest, and there was nothing anyone could do to save him. The nobles who witnessed his death did something very strange. They abandoned his body. They simply left the King of England lying in the forest and rode away. A peasant later found the corpse and transported it to Winchester in a cart, with blood dripping from the wound all along the way. Meanwhile, as William Rufus lay dying or dead in the New Forest, his brother Henry moved with remarkable speed. He rode immediately to Winchester, where the royal treasury was kept, and secured it. Then he rushed to London, and had himself crowned king within days, before an archbishop could even arrive to perform the ceremony properly. It was the kind of swift, decisive action that suggested advanced planning, that hinted at foreknowledge of what was about to happen. The official story claimed that Walter Tyrrell had accidentally shot the king while aiming at a deer. Tyrrell himself fled to France immediately and denied any involvement, insisting he was not even in the same part of the forest when the king died. No formal investigation was conducted. No one was punished. The death was ruled an accident, and the kingdom moved on under its new king, Henry I. But questions lingered. Why did the nobles abandon the king's body? In medieval culture, this was an extraordinary breach of duty and honor. Even if William Rufus was unpopular, he was still the anointed king, and his body should have been treated with respect. Why did Henry move so quickly to secure the treasury and the throne? Was it opportunism, or had he been waiting for this moment? And why had he been waiting for this moment? And why was the arrow wound in the king's chest described as being so precise, striking exactly where it would cause immediate death? Some historians have suggested that the hunting accident was simply that, an accident. Medieval hunting was dangerous, and deaths were not uncommon. Arrows flew in unpredictable directions, visibility was poor in the forest, and mistakes happened. William's own nephew had died in a hunting accident in the same forest just a few years earlier. But others have pointed out that the circumstances were too convenient, too perfectly timed, and too beneficial to Henry for this to be mere coincidence. If it was murder, who was responsible? Henry had the most to gain and certainly acted as if he knew exactly what was about to happen. But would he really have arranged the assassination of his own brother? Walter Tyrrell was a skilled archer, unlikely to make such a catastrophic mistake. Was he hired or coerced into killing the king? Or was it someone else entirely, perhaps a disgruntled noble or a religious faction that despised William's treatment of the church? The truth is lost to history, buried with William Rufus in Winchester Cathedral. What remains is a pattern that would repeat throughout royal history, a death that seemed accidental but felt deliberate, a beneficiary who moved too quickly and knew too much, and a kingdom that accepted the official story because questioning it was too dangerous. William Rufus died with an arrow in his chest, but whether that arrow was guided by accident or intent, we will never truly know. As the 12th century gave way to the 13th, the throne of England passed through various hands, each succession marked by conflict, each reign haunted by the specter of rival claimants. One such rival was Arthur of Brittany, a young man whose claim to the throne was arguably stronger than that of the king who ruled, and whose mysterious disappearance remains one of medieval England's most troubling, unsolved cases. Arthur was born in 1187, the posthumous son of Geoffrey, Duke of Brittany, who was the fourth son of King Henry II. When Geoffrey died in a tournament accident before Arthur was born, the boy inherited his father's title and his position in the line of succession. More importantly, Arthur had a claim to the English throne through his father's lineage. When King Richard I, known as Richard the Lionheart, set off on crusade and later was captured and held for ransom, the question of succession became urgent. Richard had no legitimate children. Who would inherit if he died? The two main candidates were Arthur and Richard's youngest brother, John. Richard favored John despite John's history of treachery and incompetence. When Richard died in 1199 from a crossbow wound sustained during a siege, John moved quickly to claim both the English throne and the vast territories in France that made up the Angevin Empire. But Arthur did not accept this. He was 12 years old, but he had powerful supporters, including King Philip Augustus of France, who saw Arthur as a useful tool to weaken English power on the continent. War erupted almost immediately. John was not the warrior his brother Richard had been, but he was cunning and ruthless. In 1202 he achieved a significant victory. He captured Arthur, who was by then 15 years old, along with Arthur's sister Eleanor and their mother. The women were imprisoned and would spend years in captivity. But Arthur's fate was different and far more sinister. He was taken to various castles under heavy guard. Reports reached the French court that John had ordered Arthur to be blinded and castrated, a common punishment for political rivals that would render them unfit to rule while keeping them alive. The man tasked with carrying out these mutilations reportedly refused, unwilling to harm the boy, but this did not save Arthur. In April 12 o'clock, Arthur of Brittany disappeared from the historical record entirely. He was last seen alive at the castle of Rouen in Normandy, where King John was also staying. What happened to Arthur? The most credible contemporary accounts suggest that John murdered him personally. One chronicler claimed that John, in a drunken rage, stabbed his nephew to death with his own hands, then weighted the body with stones and threw it into the river Seine. Others suggested that Arthur was killed by Jon's men on the king's orders, or that he was starved to death in a dungeon, or that he simply died of illness or injury, and Jon covered it up to avoid questions. The truth is that no one knows. Arthur's body was never found or identified. There was no public execution, no official announcement of his death. He simply vanished, and King Jon refused to provide any explanation. The disappearance was so suspicious that it scandalized Europe. Jon's continental territories rebelled against him, using Arthur's disappearance as justification. Philip Augustus of France declared Jon a murderer and seized much of the Angevin Empire. Jon's reputation, already poor, became permanently stained with the suspicion that he had killed his own nephew to secure his throne. Some historians have suggested that Arthur might have died of natural causes or in an escape attempt, and that Jon simply failed to announce the death properly. But this explanation struggles to account for why Jon never produced a body, never held a public funeral, never offered any official account of what happened. If Arthur had died innocently, there was no reason to hide it. The silence suggests guilt, and the guilt suggests murder. The case of Arthur of Brittany illustrates how the medieval monarchy operated in shadows, how inconvenient rivals could simply disappear, and how power protected those who wielded it ruthlessly. Jon would go on to rule for another 13 years, losing most of his French territories, alienating his barons so thoroughly that they rebel and forced him to sign the Magna Carta, and dying unpopular and defeated. But he kept his throne, and his son succeeded him without challenge. Whatever happened to Arthur of Brittany, it worked for Jon, and that alone tells us everything we need to know about the likely truth. Jon's own death, which came in October 1216, was itself the subject of rumors and speculation that persist to this day. The official cause was dysentery, a common killer in medieval times, particularly during military campaigns when sanitation was poor and water supplies contaminated. Jon had been fighting a civil war against his own barons, who had invited the French Prince Louis to invade England and claim the throne. The campaign had gone badly. Jon had lost the crown jewels crossing a tidal estuary called the Wash. He had seen his support crumble. He was exhausted, ill, and facing defeat. He retreated to Newark Castle in Lincolnshire, too sick to continue. His condition worsened rapidly. The chroniclers describe him as being in agony, unable to move, suffering from severe digestive distress. He died on the night of October 18th or 19th, 1216, at the age of 48. His body was escorted south by a company of mercenaries and buried at Worcester Cathedral in front of the altar of St. Wulfstan, his favorite saint. But almost immediately, rumors began to circulate that Jon had been poisoned. Some accounts claimed he drank poisoned ale, others said he ate poisoned plums, still others blamed a surfeit of peaches that he supposedly consumed despite being warned they might make his illness worse. The stories were varied and often contradictory, but they shared a common theme. Jon had been murdered, and the murderer was never caught. Were these rumors true, or were they simply the kind of gossip that always surrounds the death of an unpopular king? Jon had made many enemies during his reign. He had alienated the church, the nobility, and large portions of the population. He had a reputation for cruelty, paranoia, and vindictiveness. He had allegedly murdered his nephew Arthur. He had lost most of his father's empire. He had been forced to sign the Magna Carta, limiting royal power in ways that humiliated him. There were many people who wanted him dead. But there is no solid evidence of poisoning. Dysentery is a perfectly plausible cause of death, given the circumstances of Jon's final campaign. Medieval armies were plagued by disease, and commanders often fell ill along with their troops. The symptoms described in the chronicles are consistent with severe gastrointestinal illness, not necessarily with poisoning. And while medieval poisons existed, they were not always reliable or easy to administer without detection. The poisoning rumors might simply reflect how deeply unpopular Jon was, and how little faith people had in official explanations when it came to royal deaths. In medieval culture, A king who died of something as mundane as dysentery seemed somehow insufficient. There had to be a better story, a more dramatic ending. Poison provided that drama, and it also provided a kind of rough justice. If John had murdered Arthur, then perhaps John himself had been murdered in turn. The universe balanced itself, and the wicked received their punishment. Whether John was poisoned or died of natural causes, his death did solve England's immediate crisis. His 9-year-old son was crowned as Henry III, and the barons, suddenly uncomfortable with the idea of a foreign prince on the throne, abandoned Louis and rallied around the child king. The Civil War ended quickly, and England remained independent. John's death was convenient for many people, even those who had been fighting against him, because it removed the cause of conflict without creating a power vacuum that foreign powers could exploit. The reign of John's son, Henry III, would last for 56 years and would be relatively stable, at least compared to what came before. But the pattern of mysterious royal deaths and convenient timing was far from over. If anything, it was just beginning. Edward II came to the throne in 1307 as a young man who seemed ill-suited to the demands of medieval kingship. He was not interested in war. He preferred the company of his favorites to that of his nobles. He married Isabella of France, a princess known for her beauty and intelligence, but their relationship quickly soured. Edward lavished attention and titles on a series of male favorites, particularly Piers Gaveston, a knight of modest birth who became Earl of Cornwall and wielded enormous influence over the king. The nobles resented Gaveston's power and eventually executed him, but Edward simply found new favorites. Meanwhile, Scotland was in open rebellion under Robert the Bruce, and Edward's campaigns to subdue it ended in humiliating defeat at the Battle of Bannockburn in 1314. England's position in France weakened, the barons grew increasingly restless, and Isabella, the queen, began to turn against her husband. By 1326, Isabella had left England and formed an alliance with Roger Mortimer, an exiled noble with whom she was almost certainly having an affair. Together they invaded England with a small army, and Edward's support collapsed almost immediately. The king fled, was captured, and was forced to abdicate in favor of his 14-year-old son, who became Edward III. But abdication was not enough for Isabella and Mortimer. A deposed king was a dangerous liability, a rallying point for potential rebellions. Edward II needed to die, but it had to appear natural. He was imprisoned at Berkeley Castle in Gloucestershire, under the custody of men loyal to Mortimer. The conditions were deliberately harsh. He was kept in a cell above a pit filled with rotting animal carcasses, presumably in the hope that the fumes would make him sick enough to die naturally. But Edward, though broken in spirit, remained physically robust. Months passed, and he survived. Then, on September 21st, 1327, Edward II died. The official cause was given vaguely as natural causes, and his body was displayed publicly before burial, showing no obvious signs of violence. But rumors began almost immediately, and they were horrific. According to one account that appeared in chronicles written decades later, Edward had been murdered in the most brutal way imaginable. The chronicler John Capgrave described how the killers, to avoid leaving marks on the body that would reveal murder, inserted a horn into the king's rectum, and then pushed a red-hot poker through the horn deep into his body. The pain would have been unimaginable, the internal injuries would have been fatal, but from the outside the body would appear unmarked, allowing the murderers to claim he had died of natural causes. Is this story true? It's impossible to say with certainty. The account only appeared in writing decades after Edward's death. Plenty of time for embellishment and exaggeration. The method described is so horrific that it strains belief. Would anyone really go to such elaborate lengths when a simple smothering or strangling would have been easier and just as difficult to detect? Some historians believe the story was propaganda, invented to blacken the names of Isabella and Mortimer by associating them with an especially depraved act. Others point out that medieval people were capable of extraordinary cruelty, particularly when political necessity demanded it, and that the method would have left the body unmarked while ensuring death. What we know for certain is that Edward II's death was extremely convenient for Isabella and Mortimer, who ruled England as regents for the young Edward III. We know that he was held in conditions designed to kill him, and that he died after those conditions failed to work quickly enough. We know that his body was buried with unusual haste, and that those who saw it noted nothing suspicious, which in itself is suspicious given the circumstances of his captivity. 3 years after Edward's death, the young Edward III, now 17 years old, staged a coup against his mother and Mortimer. Mortimer was arrested, tried for various crimes including the murder of Edward II, and executed. Isabella was forced into retirement but was otherwise spared. Neither confessed to murdering Edward, and no definitive evidence was presented at Mortimer's trial. The murder was assumed, taken as given, but never actually proven. Edward II's death remains one of the most disturbing mysteries of medieval English history. Whether he died of natural causes in captivity, was murdered by conventional means, or endured the horrific death described by the chroniclers, we cannot know. What we can say is that his life ended when it was most convenient for those who had deposed him, and that his death allowed the monarchy to continue without the awkward presence of a living former king. The throne passed to his son, the line remained unbroken, and the question of what really happened in Berkeley Castle that September night faded into rumor and speculation. The 14th century would see more royal deaths, some in battle, some from the Black Death that ravaged Europe, but none quite as mysterious as Edward's, until we reach the case of another Scottish king, this one dying in circumstances that would reshape the political landscape of Scotland and set in motion events that would eventually lead to the union of the Scottish and English crowns. Alexander III of Scotland was a successful king by most measures. He had come to the throne as a child in 1249 and had ruled for nearly 40 years. He had successfully resisted English attempts to dominate Scotland. He had overseen a period of relative peace and prosperity. He had secured Scotland's independence and strengthened its position in the complex politics of medieval Britain. But by 1286, Alexander faced a personal crisis that would have profound political consequences. His first wife, Margaret, had died in 1275. More tragically, all 3 of his children had died young, leaving no direct heir. Alexander was in his mid-40s, still capable of fathering children, but increasingly worried about the succession. In 1285, he married Yolande de Dreux, a French princess, hoping to produce a new heir. It was a political and personal gamble, a last attempt to secure the dynasty. On March 19, 1286, Alexander was at Edinburgh Castle, attending a council meeting. Despite terrible weather, a storm raging outside, with wind and rain lashing the coast, he announced his intention to return to his new bride at Kinghorn Castle on the far side of the Firth of Forth. His advisors begged him to wait until morning, to let the storm pass, but Alexander was determined. Some sources suggest he was eager to see Yolande because it was her birthday. Others imply he was simply stubborn and refused to be delayed by weather. He crossed the Firth by ferry, though the crossing was rough and dangerous. Then he set out along the coastal path toward Kinghorn with a small group of attendants. The path was high and narrow, running along cliffs above the sea. The night was pitch black, the storm still raging. Somewhere along that treacherous path, Alexander became separated from his companions. They called out for him, but received no answer. They searched, but could not find him in the darkness and the storm. The next morning, Alexander's body was found on the beach at Petticoeur Bay, at the bottom of the cliffs. His neck was broken. His horse was found nearby, also dead. The most obvious explanation was that in the darkness and storm, the horse had lost its footing on the narrow cliff path and plunged over the edge, killing both itself and its rider. It was a tragic accident, the kind of thing that could happen to anyone traveling in such conditions, and the death was officially ruled accidental. But questions arose almost immediately. Why had Alexander been so determined to travel in such dangerous weather? Why had he become separated from his companions so quickly? And why was this accident so extraordinarily convenient for those who wanted to interfere in Scottish politics? With Alexander dead and no direct heir, Scotland faced a succession crisis. His only living descendant was his granddaughter Margaret, the Maid of Norway, a 3-year-old girl living in Norway. A child queen was a weak queen, and a weak Scottish monarchy was an opportunity for England's Edward I, who immediately began maneuvering to bring Scotland under English control. Some chroniclers suggested that Alexander had been drinking that night, consuming his favorite Bordeaux wine, and that his erratic riding had been the result of intoxication rather than the difficulty of the path. Others hinted that he might have been deliberately led astray by his companions, separated from the group so that he would ride to his death unwitnessed. Still others suggested that he might have been attacked and killed, his body then thrown from the cliff to make it appear accidental. There is no evidence for these theories beyond the convenient timing of Alexander's death, but convenience is often its own kind of evidence in royal history. Alexander died at exactly the moment when his death would cause maximum chaos for Scotland and maximum opportunity for England. Within a few years, Edward I would be attempting to conquer Scotland outright, claiming overlordship and installing puppet kings. The wars of Scottish independence would rage for decades. All of this might have been avoided if Alexander had lived to produce an heir with his new wife, or if he had simply waited until morning to make his journey. Did someone arrange Alexander's death? Was it truly an accident? Or was it something in between, perhaps a deliberate separation from his companions that made a fatal accident more likely without actually requiring direct murder? We will never know. What we do know is that Scotland's history turned on that stormy night in 1286, that a king rode out into darkness and never returned, and that the consequences of his death would echo for centuries. As the medieval period drew toward its close, the pattern of mysterious royal deaths continued unabated. But no case would capture the imagination quite like the disappearance of the two princes in the Tower of London, a mystery so enduring that it has inspired countless books, plays, films, and investigations over more than 5 centuries since it occurred. The year was 1483. Edward IV, King of England, had died suddenly at the age of 40, possibly from a stroke or pneumonia. His 12-year-old son was proclaimed king as Edward V, and the boy was brought to London to prepare for his coronation. His uncle, Richard, Duke of Gloucester, was named Lord Protector, tasked with governing the realm until the young king came of age. It seemed like a straightforward succession, the kind that happened regularly in medieval monarchies. But Richard had other plans. He placed young Edward in the Tower of London, ostensibly for his protection and because it was traditional for monarchs to stay there before their coronation. Then Richard had Edward's 9-year-old brother, Richard, Duke of York, removed from sanctuary at Westminster Abbey and placed in the Tower as well, again supposedly for safety and companionship. The boys were seen playing in the Tower grounds by various witnesses through the spring and summer of 1483, and then, gradually, they were seen less and less frequently. By autumn, they had disappeared from view entirely. Meanwhile, Richard moved quickly to seize the throne for himself. He declared that Edward IV's marriage to Elizabeth Woodville had been invalid, making all their children illegitimate and removing Edward V's claim to the throne. Parliament accepted this, and Richard was crowned as Richard III on July 6, 1483. The princes, now officially bastards with no claim to anything, remained in the Tower, and then they vanished. No official announcement was ever made about their fate. No bodies were produced. No explanation was offered. They simply ceased to exist in the public record. Rumors began immediately that Richard had ordered them killed to eliminate any potential challenge to his rule. The most common version of the story claimed that Richard's agents had smothered the boys in their sleep, then buried them somewhere in the Tower. But there were other theories. Some suggested the boys had been poisoned. Others claimed they had been drowned or stabbed. A few even suggested that one or both had somehow survived and escaped, though no credible evidence ever emerged to support this. Richard's reign lasted only 2 years. In 1485, he was defeated and killed at the Battle of Bosworth Field by Henry Tudor, who became Henry VII and founded the Tudor dynasty. Henry had his own reasons to promote the story that Richard had murdered the princes, as it helped legitimize his own claim to the throne and painted his predecessor as a villainous usurper. The Tudor propagandists, including William Shakespeare, decades later, would cement Richard's image as a child killer and a monster. But did Richard actually order the murders? The evidence is circumstantial at best. The princes disappeared while in Richard's custody. They were obstacles to his rule. He had the means, the motive, and the opportunity. On the other hand, Richard never admitted to killing them, and he allowed rumors about their fate to damage his reputation when a public execution would have been more typical for dealing with threats to the throne. Some historians have suggested that Richard might have wanted to keep the boys alive as potential hostages or bargaining chips, and that they might have died of natural causes, possibly from illness, which would explain why Richard never produced their bodies or offered an explanation. Alternative theories have proposed other killers. Henry VII himself had a motive to ensure the princes were dead before he claimed the throne, as their survival would have complicated his own legitimacy. The Duke of Buckingham, one of Richard's allies who later rebelled against him, has been suggested as a possible murderer acting on his own initiative. Even the boys' own mother, Elizabeth Woodville, has been implicated in some theories, though the reasoning behind this is murky at best. In 1674, nearly 200 years after the princes disappeared, workmen demolishing a staircase in the Tower of London discovered a wooden box containing the skeletons of 2 children. The bones were examined briefly and determined to be roughly the right age to be the missing princes. King Charles II ordered them reburied in Westminster Abbey, with a monument identifying them as Edward and Richard, but the bones were never properly analyzed using modern forensic techniques, and subsequent requests to examine them have been denied by the church authorities, who control access to the tomb. Without definitive physical evidence, the fate of the princes remains one of history's most persistent mysteries. We know they existed, we know they were placed in the tower, we know they disappeared. Beyond that, we have only theories, speculation, and the propaganda of the victors. Richard III remains the most likely suspect for their deaths simply because of the circumstantial evidence and the political logic of eliminating potential rivals. But we cannot say with certainty what happened, who ordered it, if it was murder, or even whether both boys died at the same time or under the same circumstances. The mystery has taken on a life of its own, becoming part of England's national mythology. Every few years, new theories emerge, new evidence is proposed, new suspects are identified. The bones in Westminster Abbey remain unexamined, a potential answer locked away in a tomb that the church refuses to open, and so the princes in the tower remain lost to history. 2 children who disappeared into the shadows of royal power and never emerged, leaving behind only questions that 5 centuries have failed to answer. The medieval period of English history closed with this unsettling mystery, but it set the template for what would follow. Royal deaths would continue to be surrounded by suspicion, by convenient timing, by beneficiaries who moved too quickly and knew too much. The methods might change, becoming more subtle, more deniable, more sophisticated, but the underlying pattern would remain constant. Power protected itself, rivals disappeared, and official explanations rarely satisfied those who looked closely at the evidence. The throne of England had been built on violence and secured by secrets, and as we move forward into the Tudor period and beyond, those secrets would only multiply and deepen. The Tudor dynasty rose from the blood-soaked fields of Bosworth, built on the corpse of Richard III, and the ambitions of Henry Tudor, who became Henry VII. The new king understood that his claim to the throne was tenuous at best, cobbled together from illegitimate lineages, and the simple fact that he had won the battle. He needed to eliminate rivals, secure alliances, and create a mythology of Tudor legitimacy that would withstand scrutiny. And so began an era where poison became as important as the sword, where suspicious deaths multiplied, and where the line between justice and murder blurred beyond recognition. But before we delve into the Tudor intrigues, we must return briefly to the final years of the Yorkist dynasty, to a death that occurred during the reign of Edward IV and involved one of the most bizarre execution methods in royal history. George Plantagenet, Duke of Clarence, was the middle brother between Edward IV and Richard III, a man born too close to power to be ignored but too far to inherit easily. He was ambitious, reckless, and prone to conspiracy. He had switched sides multiple times during the Wars of the Roses, betraying his brother Edward to support the Lancastrian cause, then betraying the Lancastrians to return to Edward's side. He was, by all accounts, exactly the kind of unreliable noble that medieval kings feared most. George had married Isabel Neville, daughter of the powerful Earl of Warwick, in 1469. The marriage was part of a political alliance that briefly put George in opposition to his own brother. Isabel gave birth to several children, though most died young, a common tragedy in an era of high infant mortality. In December 1476, Isabel died shortly after giving birth to a son. The official cause was childbed fever, the catch-all term for the various infections and complications that killed so many women in the days following delivery. But George did not accept this explanation. He became convinced that his wife had been poisoned. His paranoia, whether justified or not, led him to take drastic action. He sent armed men to arrest one of Isabel's ladies-in-waiting, a woman named Anchoret Twino. She was dragged from her home in Somerset and brought to Warwick, where George controlled the legal proceedings. There, in what can only be described as a show trial, she was accused of poisoning Isabel by giving her poisoned ale on October 10, 1476. The charge specified that Isabel had not died until December 22nd, more than 2 months after allegedly consuming the poison, a timeline that made no medical sense whatsoever. Anchoret Twino was found guilty and executed immediately, hanged before any appeal could be mounted or any higher authority could intervene. George also had a servant named John Thursby arrested and executed on charges of poisoning George's infant son, who had died shortly after Isabel. Another man, Roger Tokos, was accused of aiding these supposed poisoners but managed to escape arrest. The entire episode was a grotesque abuse of power, a demonstration that George would use his authority to exact revenge based on nothing more than his own suspicions and grief. King Edward IV was not amused. His brother's actions were not only unjust, but politically dangerous. George was acting like a king within his own domains, executing people without proper authority, making a mockery of royal justice, and there were deeper concerns. George had been involved in too many conspiracies, had switched sides too many times, and had shown too little loyalty. In January 1478, Edward arrested his brother on charges of treason. The charges were vague but numerous, involving past betrayals, present conspiracies, and general unreliability. George was imprisoned in the Tower of London, tried by Parliament, and found guilty. But Edward hesitated to order the execution of his own brother. For weeks, nothing happened. George remained in the Tower while Edward delayed making a final decision. Then, in February 1478, George, Duke of Clarence, died, and the manner of his death became one of those historical details that seems too strange to be true, but has been repeated so often that it has become part of the historical record. According to multiple sources, including chronicles written shortly after the event, George was drowned in a butt of Malmsey wine. A butt is a large barrel, typically holding more than 100 gallons. Malmsey is a sweet wine from Madeira that was popular among the English nobility. The story goes that George was either pushed into the barrel head first and held under until he drowned, or possibly that he requested this method of execution himself, preferring to die by wine rather than by the axe or noose. Why would anyone be executed by drowning in wine? The story seems almost comical, the kind of death that belongs in a dark comedy rather than in serious history. But there are several possible explanations. First, it may have been a private execution carried out in George's cell, a method that would avoid the public spectacle of a beheading while still ensuring death. Second, it may have been intended as a form of mockery, a way of highlighting George's reputation as a heavy drinker and suggesting that he had been killed by his own vice. Third, it may simply be a legend that grew up around a more conventional execution, embellished over time into something more memorable. What we know for certain is that George died in the Tower, that his death was ordered by his brother Edward, and that he was buried quietly without the public ceremony that would normally attend the execution of a duke. We also know that his death removed a significant problem for Edward. George had proven himself untrustworthy, prone to conspiracy, and willing to abuse his power. With him gone, Edward's position was more secure, and the succession would pass cleanly to Edward's own sons, without interference from his troublesome brother. But George's death, whether by wine barrel or more conventional means, illustrates a larger pattern in royal families of this period. Blood ties provided no protection when political necessity demanded elimination. Brothers killed brothers, uncles disposed of nephews, and the methods mattered less than the results. George had made himself too dangerous to live, and so he died, and the manner of his death became another mystery wrapped in dark humor and uncertain chronicling. The death of George's wife, Isabel, remained equally mysterious. Had she been poisoned, as George believed? The long gap between the alleged poisoning and her death makes it extremely unlikely. Poisons in the 15th century were not subtle or slow-acting. They killed quickly and obviously, or they did not kill at all. The symptoms described for Isabel, dying weeks after childbirth, or other postpartum complications, George's conviction that she had been murdered, probably said more about his mental state than about any actual crime. Yet the accusations and executions George carried out revealed something important about the paranoid world of late medieval nobility. Everyone suspected everyone else of poisoning. It was the perfect crime. Difficult to detect, easy to disguise as natural illness, and readily available to anyone with access to certain plants and minerals. Whether or not Isabel Neville was poisoned, the fact that her husband immediately assumed murder and executed people based on that assumption tells us how common such fears were, how readily people believed in conspiracy, and how little evidence was required to justify killing someone when suspicion ran high. As the 15th century gave way to the 16th, the Tudor dynasty consolidated its power through a combination of strategic marriages, ruthless elimination of rivals, and careful management of its public image. Henry VII proved to be an effective if uninspiring king, more accountant than warrior, more concerned with filling the treasury than winning glory. When he died in 1509, his son Henry VIII inherited a stable kingdom, a full treasury, and a court that had learned to keep its conspiracies quiet and its murders deniable. Henry VIII's reign is famous for many things: his 6 wives, his break with Rome, his transformation of English religion and politics. But woven through that reign are threads of mysterious death, convenient timing, and questions that were never satisfactorily answered. Not all of these deaths involved royalty in the strict sense, but they involved people close enough to the throne that their fates shaped the succession and the kingdom's future. One such death occurred early in Henry's reign, before his matrimonial troubles began, before the Reformation, during what seemed like a golden age of English monarchy. Arthur Tudor, Prince of Wales, was Henry VIII's older brother, the heir to the throne, the prince for whom such great hopes had been invested. He had been betrothed as a child to Catherine of Aragon, Princess of Spain, in a marriage alliance designed to strengthen England's position against France. The couple was married in November 1501, when Arthur was 15 and Catherine was 16. The marriage was celebrated with elaborate ceremonies, and the young couple was sent to Ludlow Castle on the Welsh border, where Arthur had his own household and court as Prince of Wales. But within months, disaster struck. In April 1502, Arthur fell ill with what contemporary sources described as sweating sickness, a disease that regularly swept through England, causing sudden fever, profuse sweating, and often death within hours or days. Arthur died on April 2, 1502, just 5 months after his wedding. He was buried at Worcester Cathedral, and his death threw the entire Tudor succession into confusion. With Arthur dead, his younger brother Henry became heir to the throne, and there was the delicate question of what to do about Catherine of Aragon. The marriage alliance with Spain was valuable, and Catherine's dowry had been paid. King Henry VII did not want to send her back to Spain and lose the political and financial benefits of the match, so an unusual solution was proposed. Catherine would marry Henry, her former brother-in-law, and the alliance would continue. But there was a problem. Church law prohibited a man from marrying his brother's widow. If the first marriage had been consummated, if Arthur and Catherine had actually had sexual relations, then they were related by affinity, and Henry could not marry her without committing incest in the eyes of the Church. A papal dispensation could override this rule, but only if the first marriage had not been consummated, or if the Pope was willing to look the other way for political reasons. Catherine insisted that her marriage to Arthur had never been consummated, that they had been too young and Arthur too sickly, and that she was still a virgin. This claim became crucial years later when Henry VIII wanted to divorce her and used the supposed invalidity of their marriage as his justification. But the question remains, why did Arthur die so suddenly? Sweating sickness was real enough, a mysterious disease that killed thousands over several decades and then vanished from history, never to return. Medical historians have speculated that it might have been a form of hantavirus, or influenza, or some other infectious disease that mutated itself into extinction. Arthur's symptoms were consistent with sweating sickness, and there were other deaths from the same disease in Ludlow at the same time. The official explanation seems credible. Yet suspicions lingered, as they always did with royal deaths. Arthur's death was enormously convenient for his younger brother, who went from being a spare heir with no real prospects to being Prince of Wales and future king. It was convenient for Catherine of Aragon's family in Spain because her marriage could continue under different circumstances. It was convenient for various factions at court who might have preferred Henry to Arthur for their own political reasons, and the fact that Arthur died so soon after his marriage, during what should have been a happy and hopeful time, seemed almost too tragic to be mere an accident. There is no evidence of foul play. No contemporary sources suggested murder. No one had an obvious motive strong enough to risk assassinating the heir to the throne. But death changed everything that followed. Without Arthur's death, Henry VIII would never have become king. Catherine of Aragon would have been Queen of England as Arthur's wife, not Henry. The entire English Reformation might never have happened, because it was Henry's desire to divorce Catherine that led to the break with Rome. English history pivoted on that moment in April 1500, when a teenage prince died at Ludlow Castle. And whether that death was natural or engineered, it shaped the future of a nation. The question of Catherine's virginity, whether her marriage to Arthur had been consummated, would become one of the great controversies of Henry VIII's reign. When Henry wanted to divorce Catherine in the 1520s, he claimed that their marriage had been invalid from the start, because she had been his brother's wife in the full sense. Catherine maintained until her death that she had come to Henry as a virgin, that Arthur had been too young and too sick for consummation. Who was telling the truth? We will never know. Arthur was dead and could not testify. Catherine had every reason to lie if the truth would invalidate her marriage and bastardize her daughter Mary. Henry had every reason to claim consummation. whether it had happened or not. The mystery of Arthur's death and marriage became entangled with the larger mysteries of Henry's reign, with the fall of queens and the deaths of those who stood in the king's way, and as Henry's reign progressed, the deaths multiplied. Anne Boleyn was executed on charges of adultery that were almost certainly fabricated. Catherine Howard was executed on charges that were probably true, but conveniently discovered. The monasteries were dissolved, and their abbots sometimes died suspiciously. Thomas More and John Fisher went to the block for refusing to accept Henry's religious changes. The list of those who died because they opposed or inconvenienced Henry VIII is long and grim. But not all Tudor deaths were executions. Some were accidents, or appeared to be. Some were illnesses that struck at convenient times, and some were mysteries that have never been solved, deaths that contemporaries found suspicious, and that historians still debate centuries later. One such death occurred not in England, but in the household of Queen Elizabeth I, decades after Henry VIII's reign but still within the Tudor period. Amy Robsart was not royal by birth, but her death became a scandal that touched the throne and nearly destroyed the Queen's favorite courtier. She was born in 1532, the daughter of a substantial Norfolk landowner, and she married Robert Dudley in 1550 when both were about 18 years old. It was reportedly a love match, unusual for the time, and the young couple seemed happy. But Robert Dudley's family was ambitious and dangerous. His father was John Dudley, Duke of Northumberland, who controlled the government during the final years of Edward VI's reign, and who attempted to place Lady Jane Grey on the throne when Edward died. The plot failed, and the entire Dudley family was arrested. Robert spent time in the Tower of London under sentence of death, saved only by the accession of Mary I, who released him after his father was executed. When Elizabeth I came to the throne in 1558, she immediately showed favor to Robert Dudley, appointing him Master of the Horse, an important position that gave him daily access to the Queen. It quickly became clear that Elizabeth had feelings for Dudley that went beyond mere friendship. They spent hours together. She showered him with gifts and titles, and rumors spread that they were lovers or would soon marry. There was just one problem. Robert Dudley was already married to Amy Robsart, and Amy was very much alive. Amy did not follow her husband to court. She lived separately, moving between various houses in the countryside, visiting friends and family, managing her own household. Whether this separation was by choice or necessity is unclear. Some sources suggest Amy was ill, possibly with breast cancer, and preferred quiet country life to the bustle of court. Others suggest that Dudley simply did not want his wife around while he pursued his relationship with the Queen, and that Amy was desperately unhappy and lonely. On Sunday, September 8, 1560, Amy Robsart was staying at Cumnor Place in Oxfordshire, a house owned by Anthony Forster, one of Dudley's financial agents. It was the day of Abingdon Fair, a major local event, and Amy insisted that all of her servants attend the fair. This was unusual, as it meant she would be alone in the house, something that would not normally be considered safe or proper for a woman of her status. One of her companions, Mrs. Odingsells, refused to go and suggested that it was not an appropriate day for ladies to attend a fair. Amy became angry and insisted everyone leave. When the servants returned that evening, they found Amy Robsart dead at the bottom of a flight of stairs. Her neck was broken. There were no other obvious injuries. Her headdress was still in place on her head, undisturbed, which seemed strange if she had fallen down the stairs. The servants immediately sent word to Robert Dudley, who was at Windsor Castle with the Queen. Dudley received the news the next day and responded with what appeared to be genuine shock and distress. He immediately wrote to his steward, Thomas Blount, ordering a thorough investigation and demanding that a proper coroner's inquest be held. The inquest was conducted over several days, with a jury of local men examining the body and hearing testimony from the servants. The verdict was accidental death. Amy had fallen down the stairs and broken her neck. There was no evidence of foul play, no signs of struggle, no indication that anyone else had been involved. The jury ruled that it was a tragic accident, nothing more. But no one believed it. The timing was too perfect, the circumstances too suspicious. Robert Dudley's wife had died suddenly, removing the only obstacle to his potential marriage to the Queen. Rumors spread immediately that Dudley had ordered Amy's murder, or that Elizabeth herself had been involved in planning it. Some claimed that Dudley's servants had killed Amy on his orders. Others suggested that she had been poisoned first, which caused her to fall or made her weak enough that a simple push would break her neck. The Spanish ambassador reported that the scandal had destroyed any chance of Elizabeth marrying Dudley, because to do so now would confirm everyone's suspicions that they had conspired to murder Amy. Modern historians have proposed various theories about Amy's death. Some believe it was genuinely an accident, that Amy lost her footing on the stairs and fell. Medieval staircases were often steep and irregular, and a fall could easily be fatal. Others point to contemporary reports that Amy was suffering from a malady in her breast, possibly cancer, and suggest that she might have had a spontaneous fracture of the spine due to bone disease, causing her to fall or breaking her neck with minimal force. This would explain why a fall down a relatively short staircase could prove fatal, when most people would simply be bruised or injured. Another theory is suicide. Amy was reportedly depressed, and her maid later mentioned that she had heard Amy pray to God to deliver her from desperation. If Amy knew she was dying of cancer, if she was lonely and abandoned by her husband, if she saw no future for herself, she might have taken her own life. But suicide in the 16th century was considered a mortal sin, and if Amy had killed herself, she would have been denied Christian burial. The inquest jury might have ruled accident rather than suicide to spare her that final disgrace. The murder theory persists because the circumstances are so suspicious. Amy sent all her servants away, ensuring there would be no witnesses. She died at the exact moment when her death would most benefit her husband and the Queen. Dudley moved very quickly to secure an inquest and get an official verdict, perhaps too quickly, suggesting he wanted the matter settled before too many questions could be asked. And there is the question of the undisturbed headdress. If Amy fell down the stairs, tumbling and breaking her neck, how could her headdress have remained perfectly in place? A coroner's report from 1561 was discovered in the National Archives in 2008. It revealed that Amy had 2 head wounds, described as deep injuries to the scalp. This complicates the accident theory, because someone falling downstairs would typically show multiple injuries across the body, not just concentrated on the head. The wounds could have been caused by impact with the stairs, but they could also have been caused by being struck with an object before or after the fall. So what really happened to Amy Robsart? If it was murder, who ordered it? Robert Dudley is the obvious suspect, but he had everything to lose if he was caught. The scandal alone destroyed his chances of marrying Elizabeth. If he had wanted Amy dead, why did it in such a suspicious way, in his own employee's house, at a time when all eyes were on him? Some historians have suggested that William Cecil, Elizabeth's chief minister, might have arranged Amy's death to destroy Dudley's reputation and prevent Elizabeth from making what Cecil considered a disastrous marriage. Others have suggested that Amy's death might have been a genuine accident or suicide, but that Dudley's enemies deliberately spread murder rumors to damage him. Elizabeth never married Robert Dudley, though she remained close to him for the rest of his life and showered him with honors and titles. Amy's death hung over their relationship forever, a scandal that could not be erased or explained away. Dudley eventually remarried secretly to Lettice Knollys, a union that infuriated Elizabeth when she discovered it. He died in 1588, still one of the Queen's favorites, but never her husband. Amy Robsart's death remains one of the great unsolved mysteries of Tudor England. The evidence can be read multiple ways. The official verdict was an accident. The popular belief was murder. The truth died with Amy at the foot of those stairs, and 5 centuries of investigation have not revealed it. What we can say is that her death changed the course of English history. ensuring that Elizabeth would remain unmarried and that the Tudor line would end with her, creating another succession crisis that would bring the Scottish Stuarts to the English throne. The Tudor period produced other mysterious deaths, some of nobles, some of queens, many involving accusations of poison or suspicious timing. But perhaps none was as dramatic or as consequential as the death of Lord Darnley, husband of Mary Queen of Scots and father of the future James VI of Scotland, who would become James I of England. Henry Stuart, Lord Darnley, was born in 1545, the son of the Earl of Lennox, and through his parents he had claims to both the Scottish and English thrones. He was tall, handsome, accomplished in courtly skills, and utterly unsuited to the responsibilities of kingship. Mary Queen of Scots married him in 1565, when she was 22 and he was 19. It was a love match initially, or at least a strong attraction, but the marriage soured quickly. Darnley proved to be arrogant, demanding, and politically incompetent. He insisted on being granted the crown matrimonial, which would have made him king in his own right rather than merely the queen's consort, and when Mary refused, he grew resentful. He formed alliances with Mary's enemies, plotted against her, and in March 1566 was involved in the murder of Mary's secretary, David Rizzio, who was stabbed to death in front of the pregnant queen in a brutal display of power. Mary never forgave Darnley for his role in Rizzio's murder, but she needed to maintain the appearance of a stable marriage, at least until she gave birth. Their son, the future King James, was born in June 1566, securing the succession, but also making Darnley less necessary to Mary's plans. By early 1567, Mary was openly showing favor to James Hepburn, Earl of Bothwell, a Protestant noble who had supported her through various crises. Rumors spread that Mary and Bothwell were lovers and that they were planning to be rid of Darnley. In January 1567, Darnley fell ill with what was probably syphilis, though the diagnosis at the time was vague. He was staying at a house called Kirko Field on the outskirts of Edinburgh, recovering from his illness. Mary visited him there regularly, maintaining the fiction of wifely concern. On the night of February 9, 1567, Mary attended a wedding celebration at Holyrood Palace. She had planned to stay the night with Darnley at Kirklefield, but changed her mind at the last moment and returned to the palace instead. In the early hours of February 10th, a massive explosion destroyed Kirklefield. The house was blown to pieces by gunpowder that had been placed in the room below where Darnley was sleeping. But when searchers looked for Darnley's body in the rubble, they found something strange. His body was in the garden, some distance from the house, along with the body of his servant. Neither showed signs of injury from the explosion. Instead, they appeared to have been strangled or smothered. Darnley was wearing only his nightshirt, suggesting he had fled or been carried from the house before the explosion. The murder was so brazen, so obviously planned, that it shocked Scotland and all of Europe. Someone had planted gunpowder sufficient to destroy an entire house. Someone had ensured that Darnley was in that house at that time, and someone had killed him before the explosion, or during it, in a way that left no doubt this was murder rather than accident. The question was, who had ordered it? And the answer seemed obvious to most observers. Mary Queen of Scots and the Earl of Bothwell were immediately suspected. Evidence pointed to Bothwell's involvement. Witnesses claimed to have seen his servants at Kirklefield before the explosion. Bothwell had access to gunpowder. He had motive, as Darnley's death would remove an obstacle to his own advancement. But the question of Mary's involvement was more complex. Had she known about the plot? Had she approved it? Or was she an innocent victim of Bothwell's schemes, a queen whose husband was murdered without her knowledge? Mary's actions after the murder did nothing to dispel suspicion. She did not order a thorough investigation. She did not bring Darnley's killers to justice. Instead, 3 months later, she married Bothwell, after he had supposedly abducted and possibly raped her. The marriage was political suicide. The Scottish lords rebelled, forcing Mary to abdicate in favor of her infant son. She fled to England, where she spent the next 19 years as Elizabeth's prisoner. before finally being executed for treason in 1587. But what actually happened at Kirk-o-Field? Modern historians have proposed various scenarios. The most common theory is that Bothwell, possibly with Mary's knowledge or approval, planned to blow up the house with Darnley inside, but something went wrong. Perhaps Darnley woke up and tried to escape. Perhaps the conspirators realized the explosion would be too obvious and decided to strangle him first. Perhaps there were multiple plots happening simultaneously and they interfered with each other. Another theory suggests that Darnley himself was involved in a counterplot. Some historians believe he had discovered that the house was going to be blown up and that he tried to escape, but was caught and killed by Bothwell's men in the garden. This would explain why his body was found outside the house and why he appeared to have been fleeing. It would also suggest that the explosion was meant to kill both Darnley and Mary, and that Mary's last-minute decision not to stay the night saved her life. A third theory, less popular but still discussed, is that Darnley planned to blow up the house himself, intending to kill Mary while making it appear accidental. According to this theory, his own plot was discovered and he was killed by those he intended to murder. The explosion went ahead as planned, but Darnley was already dead in the garden. Whatever the truth, Darnley's death destroyed Mary's reign in Scotland and eventually led to her execution in England. It removed a politically problematic figure, but created a scandal that would never be fully resolved. And it ensured that James, the infant son of Mary and Darnley, would be raised as a Protestant in Scotland, setting the stage for his eventual succession to both the Scottish and English thrones when Elizabeth died childless in 1603. The Tudor period, which had begun with suspicious deaths and convenient timing under Henry VII, ended with Elizabeth's death and the peaceful accession of James, the son of the murdered Lord Darnley and the executed Mary, Queen of Scots. The irony was not lost on contemporaries. The Tudor dynasty, which had secured its hold on power through ruthless elimination of rivals and careful management of succession, had failed to produce an heir and had to hand the throne to the very Scottish line it had once considered a threat. But before we leave the Tudor period, we must consider one more death, not of a royal, but of someone close enough to power that his death has generated conspiracy theories ever since. Christopher Marlowe was not royalty, but he was one of the greatest playwrights of the Elizabethan age, author of Dr. Faustus and Tamburlaine, contemporary and possible friend of William Shakespeare. He was also, according to recent historical research, a government agent, involved in intelligence work for Elizabeth's spy master Sir Francis Walsingham. On May 30th, 1593, Marlowe was killed in a tavern in Deptford, a suburb of London. The official account, based on an inquest held shortly after his death, stated that Marlowe had gotten into a fight over the bill with 3 men: Ingram Fraser, Nicholas Scarus, and Robert Poley. According to their testimony, Marlowe attacked Fraser with a dagger, and in the struggle Fraser seized the weapon and stabbed Marlowe above the eye, killing him instantly. The jury ruled that Fraser had acted in self-defense, and he was pardoned. But the circumstances were suspicious from the start. All 3 of the men present were connected to the intelligence services. Robert Poley was a known government agent who had been involved in exposing the Babington plot against Elizabeth. Fraser and Scarus were associates of Thomas Walsingham, cousin of the late spymaster. The tavern where the killing occurred was owned by a widow with connections to the court, and Marlowe himself had been under investigation for atheism and heresy, charges that could have led to torture and execution. Some historians have suggested that Marlowe was assassinated on government orders to prevent him from revealing secrets about his intelligence work or about powerful people he had encountered during his service. Others have proposed that the killing was a result of personal disputes within the intelligence community, or that Marlowe had made enemies who took advantage of his vulnerable position to eliminate him. Still, others believe the official account, that it was simply a tavern brawl that turned deadly. The evidence is fragmentary and contradictory. Marlowe's death removed one of the age's great literary talents at the peak of his powers. He was 29 years old and had already revolutionized English drama. What he might have written in another 20 or 30 years, we will never know. His death, whether murder or manslaughter, robbery or assassination, remains one of the unsolved mysteries of the Tudor period, a footnote to an age of political intrigue, where even playwrights could become casualties of the power struggles that shaped the nation. As the Tudor period drew to a close with Elizabeth's death in 1603, England had experienced nearly a century and a half of suspicious deaths, convenient accidents, and mysteries that defied explanation. The pattern that had begun in the medieval period had continued and even accelerated. Royal deaths were rarely simple. They were always political, often suspicious, and frequently beneficial to those who survived. The throne of England remained what it had always been, a prize worth killing for, a position secured not just by law and inheritance, but by the willingness to eliminate rivals and silence questions. And as we move forward into the Stuart period and beyond, that pattern would continue, taking new forms but maintaining the same underlying logic. Power protected itself, and those who threatened it had a way of dying at convenient times under mysterious circumstances. The Stuart dynasty came to the English throne in 1603 when James VI of Scotland became James I of England, uniting the two crowns under a single monarch for the first time. James was the son of Mary, Queen of Scots, and the murdered Lord Darnley, a man who had grown up surrounded by violence, conspiracy, and the constant awareness that royal blood offered no protection against assassination. His mother had been executed. His father had been blown up and strangled. His own childhood had been marked by kidnappings and plots. It was perhaps inevitable that his reign would be shadowed by death, and that the deaths within his family would carry their own mysteries and suspicions. James had married Anne of Denmark in 1589, and together they produced several children. But the Stuart line, which should have secured the succession for generations to come, proved tragically fragile. Of James and Anne's children, only 3 survived infancy: Henry, Frederick, Charles, and Elizabeth. The death of Prince Henry Frederick in 1612 would become one of the great tragedies of the early 17th century, and one that has never been fully explained to everyone's satisfaction. Henry Frederick Stuart, Prince of Wales, was everything his father was not. Where James was awkward, intellectual, and physically unprepossessing, Henry was athletic, charismatic, and martial. He excelled at sports, particularly riding and swimming. He was interested in military matters and naval affairs. He was popular with the people and admired at court. He represented hope for a Protestant England that would be strong, confident, and actively engaged in European politics against Catholic powers. His investiture as Prince of Wales in 1610 was celebrated with elaborate ceremonies that emphasized his role as the future of the monarchy. But in October 1612, Henry fell suddenly ill. He had been swimming in the Thames, which was polluted and dangerous, and he had also been playing tennis vigorously. He complained of a headache and fever. At first, it seemed like a minor illness, the kind of thing that would pass with rest, but his condition worsened rapidly. Within days, he was delirious with fever. His doctors tried every treatment available to them: bleeding, purging, applying poultices, administering various concoctions. Nothing worked. Henry's fever remained high, his pain increased, and he began to lose consciousness for longer and longer periods. After 2 weeks of suffering, on November 6, 1612, Prince Henry died. He was 18 years old. The official cause of death was given as typhoid fever, which was common in London at the time and matched many of his symptoms. The city's water supply was contaminated, sanitation was poor, and typhoid regularly killed people of all classes. Henry's death, while tragic, seemed medically explicable. A strong young man had contracted a deadly disease, and despite the best efforts of his physicians, had succumbed to it. But not everyone accepted this explanation. Rumors began almost immediately that Henry had been poisoned. The most common theory pointed to Catholic conspirators, possibly agents of Spain, who wanted to prevent Henry from becoming a militantly Protestant king who would oppose Spanish interests in Europe. Henry had been outspoken in his support for Protestant causes and had advocated for English military intervention on behalf of Protestant princes in Germany. His death would benefit Catholic powers enormously, as his younger brother Charles was much less warlike and more inclined toward peace with Spain. The poisoning theory gained traction because of the circumstances of Henry's illness. He had been in good health immediately before falling sick. His decline was rapid and dramatic, and there were people at court who might have had access to his food or drink and who might have had motives to harm him. The Spanish ambassador was known to have an extensive intelligence network. Catholic sympathizers still existed at the English court despite James's efforts to suppress them, and poison was a common fear in the early 17th century, used as an explanation for any sudden or unexpected death. Modern medical historians who have studied the contemporary accounts of Henry's symptoms tend to believe the typhoid diagnosis. His fever, delirium, abdominal pain, and progressive weakness are all consistent with typhoid. The 2-week duration from first symptoms to death matches the typical course of the disease, and the fact that no one else who ate or drank with Henry fell ill argues against poison, unless the poisoner was extraordinarily careful to contaminate only what Henry would consume, which would have required elaborate planning and inside knowledge of court routines. Yet the suspicion of poison persisted throughout the 17th century and beyond. People wanted to believe that Henry had been murdered because his death was so consequential and so tragic. He was young, healthy, full of promise. He represented a particular vision of what the English monarchy could be. His death meant that his brother Charles would become king instead, and Charles's reign would end in civil war and his own execution. If Henry had lived and become king, English history might have been very different. The Civil War might have been avoided. The monarchy might have maintained its power and prestige. Or perhaps Henry's more aggressive Protestantism and military ambitions would have led to different disasters. We will never know. What we do know is that Henry's death devastated his parents and the nation. James was grief-stricken and never fully recovered from the loss. Anne of Denmark declined in health and died 3 years later, in 1619, still mourning her eldest son. The succession passed to Charles, who was physically weaker, less charismatic, and less prepared for kingship than his brother had been, and England lost a prince who might have been a great king or might have been a disaster, but who never got the chance to prove himself either way. The mystery of Prince Henry's death lies not in any specific evidence of foul play, but in the gap between what happened and what people wished had happened. He died of disease, probably typhoid, contracted through the ordinary hazards of life in early 17th century London. But the timing was so unfortunate, the consequences so profound, and the loss so deeply felt, that people could not accept it was simply bad luck. There had to be a conspiracy, a plot, a villain. The truth that sometimes young princes die of random infections despite being heir to a throne was too banal and too cruel to accept. As the 17th century progressed, the Stuart monarchy would face civil war, regicide, exile, and restoration. Charles I would be executed in 1649 after losing a civil war to Parliament. His son, Charles II, would eventually return to claim the throne in 1660, ushering in what historians call the Restoration period. And it was during the reign of Charles II's niece, Queen Anne, that another tragic royal death would occur, one that would have enormous consequences for the succession and would raise questions about medical competence, if not outright foul play. Queen Anne came to the throne in 1702 after the death of William III. She was the younger daughter of James II, who had been deposed in the Glorious Revolution of 1688 because of his Catholicism. Anne was Protestant, married to Prince George of Denmark, and was expected to provide heirs to continue the Protestant succession. But Anne's reproductive history was a nightmare of loss and grief that remains shocking even by the standards of early modern medicine. Anne was pregnant at least 17 times during her marriage. The exact number is uncertain because some very early miscarriages may not have been recorded. Of those 17 pregnancies, at least 12 ended in miscarriage or stillbirth. 5 children were born alive. 2 daughters, both named Mary, lived less than 2 years. Another daughter, Anne Sophia, lived less than 2 hours. A son, George, died within minutes of birth. Only one child survived infancy: William Henry, Duke of Gloucester, Anne's precious son and the hope of the Protestant succession. Modern medical experts who have studied Anne's obstetric history believe she probably suffered from Hughes syndrome, also called antiphospholipid syndrome, a blood disorder that causes recurrent miscarriages, stillbirths, and other complications. The condition was not understood in the early 18th century, and Anne's doctors had no way to treat it effectively. They bled her, gave her various tonics and medicines, and hoped for the best. But pregnancy after pregnancy ended in heartbreak. The multiple losses took a terrible toll on Anne's physical and mental health. She gained weight, developed gout, and suffered from severe pain in her joints and limbs. She became increasingly immobile and had to be carried in a chair. Her grief over her lost children was profound and never fully healed. But she still had William, her surviving son, and as long as he lived, the succession was secure. William Henry was born on July 24, 1689, shortly after his grandfather James II had been deposed, and his aunt and uncle, William and Mary, had taken the throne. He was a sickly baby who suffered convulsions in his first weeks of life. His parents feared he would not survive infancy, but he did survive, though his health remained precarious. He had an enlarged head, probably due to hydrocephalus, a condition where fluid builds up in the brain. He was slow to walk and had difficulty with balance, but he was also bright, precocious, and engaging. He could not climb stairs without assistance until his father threatened to birch him, which motivated him to overcome his fear and physical limitations. As William grew older, his health seemed to improve. He was installed as a Knight of the Garter on his 7th birthday. He had his own miniature military regiment, staffed by boys his age, and he loved to drill them and play at being a soldier. He was tutored in languages, history, and religion. He was being prepared for kingship. When his Aunt Mary died in 1694, Anne became heir to the throne, and William became her heir. The succession seemed secure at last. On July 24, 1700, William celebrated his 11th birthday with a party at Windsor Castle. There was a banquet, dancing, and a fireworks display. William threw himself into the festivities with enthusiasm, but by the end of the evening he complained of feeling tired and chilled. He had a sore throat. At first, it seemed like he had simply exhausted himself with dancing and excitement, but the next day his condition worsened. His temperature rose. He developed a severe headache and chills. The royal physicians were summoned. The first doctor did not arrive until July 27th, 3 days after the symptoms began. By then, William was seriously ill. The doctors immediately bled him, which was standard practice, but probably made him weaker. Over the next 2 days, William developed a rash and diarrhea. More doctors arrived, each with their own diagnosis and treatment plan. One thought it was smallpox, another believed it was scarlet fever. A third suggested it was a malignant fever of unknown origin. They could not agree on what was wrong or how to treat it. Dr. Radcliffe, one of the most prominent physicians in England, arrived late to the case and was appalled by what the other doctors had been doing. He declared that they had destroyed the patient with their bleeding and their treatments, and that they might as well finish him off. He prescribed blistering, which involved applying hot plasters to the skin to raise blisters, based on the medical theory that this would draw out the bad humors. But blistering was no more effective than bleeding. William spent the night of July 28th in terrible pain from the blisters. His mother sat by his bedside so distressed that she fainted. On July 29th, William seemed briefly better. His breathing improved, his headache lessened. There was hope that he might recover. But by evening, the improvement had vanished. William developed convulsive breathing and lost consciousness. In the early hours of July 30th, 1700, with his parents beside him, William Henry, Duke of Gloucester, died. He was 11 years old and had been sick for less than a week. The physicians concluded that the cause of death was a malignant fever, but they had no real idea what had killed him. Modern doctors who have studied the case have suggested several possibilities. Some believe it was meningitis, which would explain the headache, fever, and rapid decline. Others think it might have been scarlet fever or another streptococcal infection. A few have suggested pneumonia or even a form of flu. The truth is that without modern diagnostic tools, we cannot know for certain what disease killed William. What we can say is that the medical treatment he received almost certainly made things worse. Bleeding weakened him when he needed all his strength to fight the infection. Blistering caused additional pain and stress without providing any benefit. The doctor's inability to agree on a diagnosis meant that William received conflicting treatments that may have interfered with each other. If he had been left alone with basic nursing care, fluids, and rest, he might have had a better chance of survival. But 18th century medicine was aggressive in its interventions and confident in its theories, even when those theories were completely wrong. The question that haunted observers then and historians now is whether William's death could have been prevented. Were the doctors simply incompetent, using treatments that were standard for the time but ultimately harmful? Or was there something more sinister at work? Did someone at court want William dead? Did Catholic conspirators, still hoping to restore James II or his son to the throne, find a way to poison the young prince? Or was this simply a tragedy, a case of bad luck and bad medicine combining to kill a child who might have become king? There is no evidence of foul play. No contemporary sources suggested poison or murder. The symptoms William experienced were consistent with various infectious diseases that were common at the time. And while his death was enormously consequential for the succession, it would have been extraordinarily difficult to engineer. He was surrounded by servants and attendants. His food was prepared by multiple people. To poison him without being detected would have required an elaborate conspiracy involving many people, and such conspiracies are notoriously difficult to maintain. The most likely explanation is the simplest one. William contracted an infection, possibly from another person at his birthday party or from contaminated food or water. The infection progressed rapidly, as infections often did in children. The doctors tried to help but used treatments that made him worse, and he died, not because of any conspiracy or deliberate act, but because 18th century medicine was not advanced enough to save him. But the consequences of his death were profound and immediate. With William gone, Queen Anne had no heir. She was in her mid-30s, had suffered through 17 pregnancies, and was in poor health. The chances of her having another child who would survive were essentially zero. This meant that when Anne died, the throne would pass to someone else. But to whom? The most direct heir was her half-brother, James Francis Edward Stuart, son of James II, but he was Catholic and had been excluded from the succession by the Act of Settlement passed in 1691. Parliament had to act quickly. Within a year of William's death, they passed the Act of Settlement of 1701, which specified that after Anne's death, the throne would pass to Sophia, Electress of Hanover, and her Protestant heirs. Sophia was a granddaughter of James I, which gave her a legitimate claim, though there were more than 50 other people with better hereditary claims who were excluded because they were Catholic. The act fundamentally changed the nature of the English monarchy, making it clear that Parliament could determine the succession based on religious criteria, and that being Protestant was more important than having the best bloodline. When Queen Anne died in 1714, she was succeeded by Sophia's son, who became George I, founder of the Hanover dynasty. The Stuart line, which had ruled Scotland since the 14th century and England since 1603, came to an end. All because a boy died of fever 6 days after his 11th birthday party. William's death was not murder. It was not a conspiracy. It was a medical tragedy. compounded by the limitations of 18th-century healthcare, but it changed the course of British history as surely as any assassination, and it serves as a reminder that not all consequential royal deaths need to be mysterious or suspicious to be devastating. Sometimes simple misfortune, a random infection, or the well-meaning but harmful interventions of doctors are enough to derail a dynasty and reshape a nation. The 18th century would see the Hanover dynasty consolidate its power, survive Jacobite rebellions by supporters of the excluded Stuart claimants, and gradually transform the monarchy from an active political force into the more ceremonial role it occupies today. But the pattern of tragic royal deaths did not end with William's passing. It continued through the Georgian period, claiming victims and creating mysteries that would perplex and disturb observers. One such tragedy occurred in the early 19th century and involved a princess who was beloved by the nation, whose death would spark an outpouring of public grief unprecedented in British history, and whose case would fundamentally change the practice of obstetrics in Britain. Princess Charlotte of Wales was born on January 7, 1796, the only child of George, Prince of Wales, and his estranged wife, Caroline of Brunswick. Her parents loathed each other from before their wedding day and separated soon after Charlotte's birth. The princess grew up in a dysfunctional royal household, caught between her father's neglect and her mother's increasingly erratic behavior. Despite this difficult childhood, Charlotte developed into an intelligent, spirited, and popular young woman. She was outspoken, sometimes to the point of being improper by royal standards. She rode horses fearlessly, spoke her mind, and showed genuine interest in the common people. The public adored her. She represented hope and renewal, a contrast to her unpopular father, who was known for his extravagance and his failed marriage, and to her grandfather George III, who suffered from recurring bouts of mental illness. When Charlotte came of age to marry, the nation watched eagerly to see whom she would choose. After initially being pressured to accept William, Prince of Orange, Charlotte broke off that engagement and eventually married Prince Leopold of Saxe-Coburg-Saalfeld in May 1816. It was reported to be a love match, and the couple appeared genuinely happy together. They settled at Claremont House in Surrey, living quietly and contentedly. In April 1817, Leopold informed the Prince Regent that Charlotte was pregnant and that there was every prospect of her carrying the child to term. She had suffered 2 early miscarriages in her previous pregnancies, but this time, everything seemed to be going well. Charlotte's pregnancy became a matter of intense national interest. Newspapers reported on her health. Betting shops took wagers on whether the child would be a boy or a girl. Economists calculated that the birth of a prince would raise the stock market by 6%, while a princess would raise it by 2.5%. The entire nation seemed to be holding its breath, waiting for the birth of an heir who would secure the succession and bring stability to the monarchy. Charlotte spent the pregnancy quietly at Claremont. She sat for a portrait by Sir Thomas Lawrence. She ate heavily, perhaps too heavily, and got little exercise. When her medical team began prenatal care in August, they put her on a strict diet and subjected her to occasional bleeding, both intended to reduce the size of the baby and make the delivery easier. The diet and bloodletting probably weakened Charlotte without actually achieving their intended goal. Her obstetrician was Sir Richard Croft, a male midwife who was fashionable among the aristocracy, but had a reputation for being cautious and indecisive. Croft believed in what was called non-intervention, a philosophy that held that childbirth was a natural process that should be allowed to proceed without too much medical interference. This meant that he was reluctant to use forceps or other instruments, even when labor was not progressing normally. He believed that nature would eventually complete the process if given enough time. Charlotte went into labor on the evening of November 5, 1817. The labor was long and difficult from the start. Hour after hour passed without significant progress. Charlotte remained in good spirits, making jokes and trying to keep everyone's spirits up, but the labor continued through the night and into the next day. By the evening of November 6th, Charlotte had been in labor for more than 24 hours. Still, Crotti did not intervene. He waited, believing that the baby would come eventually. Finally, after more than 50 hours of labor, Charlotte delivered a stillborn son. The baby was large, nearly 9 pounds, and had apparently died during the prolonged labor, possibly from lack of oxygen. Charlotte was exhausted, but seemed to be recovering. She asked to see the baby, grieved for her lost child, but remained calm and composed. The doctors congratulated themselves that at least the mother had survived. Within a few hours, she would be able to try again for another child. But then, about 5 hours after the delivery, Charlotte began to complain of feeling unwell. She was cold, despite being covered with blankets. She felt restless and uncomfortable. The doctors gave her wine and tried to warm her, but her condition deteriorated rapidly. Her pulse became weak and irregular. She had difficulty breathing. She became increasingly agitated and then began to lose consciousness. At about 2:30 in the morning of November 6, 1817, Princess Charlotte died. She was 21 years old. The official cause of death was given as postpartum hemorrhage, bleeding after childbirth. This was and remains a common cause of maternal death, particularly before the advent of blood transfusions and modern surgical techniques. But modern medical historians who have studied the detailed accounts of Charlotte's final hours have suggested that postpartum hemorrhage may not have been the actual cause. The descriptions of her symptoms, the coldness, the breathlessness, the sudden collapse, are more consistent with pulmonary embolism, a blood clot that travels to the lungs and blocks the circulation there. Pulmonary embolism was not recognized as a medical condition in 1817. It would not be identified and described until 1846 by Rudolf Virchow. So even though an autopsy was performed on Charlotte, the examiners would not have known to look for blood clots in the pulmonary arteries. They noted that her lungs appeared congested, but they did not open the pulmonary arteries themselves to check for blockages. The autopsy report mentioned no excessive bleeding, which makes the postpartum hemorrhage diagnosis questionable. If Charlotte died of pulmonary embolism, it would have been caused by the extremely prolonged labor. More than 50 hours of labor would have left her immobile for an extended period, increasing the risk of blood clots forming in the deep veins of her legs or pelvis. When she finally stood or moved after delivery, a clot could have broken loose and traveled to her lungs, causing sudden death. This is a known complication of prolonged labor even today, though modern medicine has ways to prevent and treat it that were not available in the 19th century. The question that haunted everyone was whether Charlotte's death could have been prevented. If Sir Richard Croft had intervened earlier in the labor, if he had used forceps to deliver the baby after 24 hours instead of waiting more than 50, would both mother and child have survived? Forceps delivery was risky in the 1800s. The instruments could cause injuries to both mother and baby, but leaving a woman in labor for more than 2 days was also extremely dangerous, as Charlotte's death tragically demonstrated. Croft was devastated by Charlotte's death. He was blamed publicly, though the Prince Regent refused to officially condemn him. 3 months later, while attending another woman in labor, Croft went into a separate room and shot himself with a pistol. His suicide was seen as an admission of guilt, an acknowledgement that his treatment of Charlotte had been fatally wrong. The triple tragedy, the death of the baby, the mother, and the physician, shocked the nation and led to significant changes in obstetric practice. After Charlotte's death, British obstetrics moved away from the non-intervention philosophy and toward what was called rational intervention. Doctors became more willing to use forceps, to induce labor when pregnancy went too long, to perform cesarean sections in emergencies. They began experimenting with blood transfusions, though that technique would not become practical for decades. They introduced anesthesia for childbirth, pioneered by James Young Simpson in Scotland. All of these changes were intended to prevent future tragedies like Charlotte's death. But the immediate consequence of Charlotte's death was a succession crisis. She had been George III's only legitimate grandchild. With her death and the death of her son, there was no heir in the next generation. George III had 7 sons and 5 daughters, but only one of them, the Prince Regent, had produced a legitimate child, and that child was now dead. The other sons were mostly middle-aged or elderly, unmarried or married without children. If the succession was to continue, they needed to marry and produce heirs quickly. What followed was called the royal marriages race, a scramble by George III's aging sons to find wives and father children. The Duke of Cambridge married and had a son, but the son was born in Hanover and was not considered part of the main line of succession. The Duke of Clarence, later William IV, married Adelaide of Saxe-Meiningen and had 2 daughters who both died in infancy. But it was the Duke of Kent, George III's 4th son, who won the race. He married Princess Victoria of Saxe-Coburg, and in May 1819 she gave birth to a daughter, also named Victoria. That little girl would grow up to become Queen Victoria, the longest reigning British monarch until Elizabeth II surpassed her record. If Princess Charlotte had lived, Victoria would never have been born. The entire Victorian era, with all its transformations of British society, technology, and empire, hung on the thread of Charlotte's death. History pivoted on that November night in 1817, when a young princess died after prolonged labor and inadequate medical care. Whether she died of hemorrhage or embolism, whether she could have been saved by earlier intervention or was doomed no matter what the doctors did, we cannot say with absolute certainty. What we know is that her death changed everything that followed. Charlotte's funeral drew enormous crowds. The entire nation went into mourning. Shops closed for 2 weeks. Even gambling dens shut down on the day of her funeral as a mark of respect. The Times newspaper wrote that while it was not appropriate to question the visitations of Providence, Charlotte's death was such a calamity that it pierced the heart of the nation. Henry Brougham, a prominent politician, observed that it really was as though every household throughout Great Britain had lost a favorite child. The outpouring of grief for Charlotte has been compared to the public mourning for Princess Diana in 1997. In both cases, a young, popular princess died unexpectedly and tragically. In both cases, the public felt a personal connection to the deceased and mourned as if they had lost someone from their own family. And in both cases, questions were asked about whether the death could have been prevented, whether those responsible for the princess's care had failed in their duty, and whether the royal family itself bore some blame for the tragedy. Charlotte's death was not murder. It was not a conspiracy. It was a medical tragedy, the result of prolonged labor, inadequate understanding of obstetric complications, and a physician who adhered too rigidly to a philosophy of non-intervention, even when intervention was desperately needed. But, like so many royal deaths before it, Charlotte's passing was consequential far beyond the personal loss. It reshaped the succession, changed medical practice, and demonstrated once again that royal blood provided no protection against the ordinary dangers of childbirth that killed thousands of women every year in the 19th century. As the 19th century progressed and gave way to the 20th, medical knowledge improved dramatically. Germ theory, anesthesia, antiseptic surgery, blood transfusions, and antibiotics transformed healthcare and made many of the diseases and complications that had killed earlier royals treatable and preventable. But even with these advances, royal deaths continued to occur under circumstances that raised questions that seemed suspicious, or at least unfortunate, in their timing. The modern era would bring its own mysteries, its own tragedies, and its own unresolved questions about what really happened when kings and princes and their families met untimely ends. The pattern established over centuries of royal history would persist, adapting to new times but never fully disappearing, because power still needed to be protected, rivals still needed to be eliminated, and convenient deaths still served political purposes. even in an age of democracy and constitutional monarchy. The 20th century brought unprecedented change to the British monarchy. The age of absolute royal power had long since passed, replaced by constitutional monarchy where kings and queens reigned but did not rule. The advent of mass media, photography, and eventually television meant that royal lives were more public than ever before. Medicine had advanced to the point where diseases that once killed princes and princesses were now preventable or treatable. And yet, despite all these changes, mysterious deaths continued to occur within and around the royal family. Some were accidents that seemed too convenient to be accidental. Others were officially explained but left lingering doubts. And a few remain genuinely mysterious, with evidence that points in multiple directions and questions that have never been satisfactorily answered. One of the earliest controversial deaths of the modern royal era involved not a reigning monarch but an heir who died young under circumstances that spawned decades of speculation and sensational theories. Prince Albert Victor, Duke of Clarence and Avondale, was born in January 1864, the eldest son of the Prince of Wales, later Edward VII, and Princess Alexandra of Denmark. He was second in line to the throne, behind only his father, and was expected to eventually become king. But Albert Victor, known to his family as Edie, was not the ideal prince that Victorian England wanted. Contemporary accounts suggest that Eddie was not particularly intelligent or energetic. He struggled with his studies, showed little interest in the military training expected of princes, and seemed perpetually distracted and lethargic. His tutors despaired of ever making him into a capable ruler. There were whispers at court that he was involved in various scandals, though the details were carefully suppressed. Some sources suggested he frequented brothels and gambling houses. Others hinted at homosexual relationships which were not only socially unacceptable but actually illegal in Victorian Britain. One particularly lurid rumor, which surfaced decades after his death, even linked him to the Jack the Ripper murders, suggesting that he was either the killer himself or had been involved in a cover-up of murders committed by someone in his circle. The Jack the Ripper theory has been thoroughly debunked by historians. Records clearly show that Eddie was not in London during several of the murders. The theory originated in the 1970s and was based on flimsy evidence and conspiracy thinking rather than historical fact. But the fact that such a theory could gain any traction speaks to Eddie's reputation, or rather to the lack of any clear understanding of who he really was. He remains a shadowy figure in royal history, defined more by rumors and speculation than by documented facts. In December 1891, Eddie became engaged to Princess Mary of Teck, a suitable bride from a minor German royal house. The engagement was announced, preparations for the wedding began, and it seemed that Eddie was finally settling down to fulfill his royal duties. But in January 1892, Eddie fell ill. He was at Sandringham, the royal estate in Norfolk, when he developed what was initially thought to be a cold. His condition worsened rapidly. Within days, he was diagnosed with influenza, which was sweeping through England at the time. The flu developed into pneumonia, and despite the best efforts of royal physicians, Eddie died on January 14, 1892. He was 28 years old. The official cause of death was influenza complicated by pneumonia, a common killer in the era before antibiotics. Thousands of people died in the flu epidemic of 1891 and 1892, and Eddie was simply one more victim. But almost immediately alternative theories began to circulate. Some suggested that he had actually died of syphilis, a sexually transmitted disease that was incurable at the time and that carried enormous stigma. According to this theory, Eddie had contracted syphilis through his alleged visits to prostitutes, and the disease had reached its final stages, causing brain damage and organ failure. The royal family, desperate to avoid scandal, had covered up the true cause of death and claimed it was the flu. The syphilis theory is difficult to prove or disprove. Syphilis in its late stages can cause a wide range of symptoms, including confusion, paralysis, and organ failure. It can also make patients more susceptible to other infections like pneumonia. So even if Eddie did have syphilis, the immediate cause of death could still have been influenza and pneumonia. Without access to his medical records or the ability to examine his remains, we cannot know for certain whether he had syphilis. What we do know is that Eddie's death was extremely convenient for the royal family. He had been a problematic heir, unsuited to kingship, scandal-prone, and intellectually limited. His younger brother George was far more capable, more dutiful, and more popular. When Eddie died, George became heir to the throne, and the same Princess Mary who had been engaged to Eddie was redirected to George. They married in 1893. And George would eventually become King George V, reigning successfully through World War I and establishing the modern Windsor dynasty. The seamless transition from one brother to the next, with even the fiancé being transferred like a piece of property, struck some observers as suspiciously convenient. Had Eddie been allowed to die, or even helped to die, because he was an embarrassment to the monarchy? There is no evidence for such a conspiracy. Eddie died during a genuine flu epidemic that killed thousands. His doctor's accounts of his illness seem sincere and consistent with influenza pneumonia, and while Victorian royal physicians certainly covered up embarrassing details about royal health, actually murdering a prince would have been an entirely different matter. The most likely explanation is the simplest. Eddie was not a healthy young man. Whether he had syphilis or simply lived an unhealthy lifestyle, he was vulnerable when the flu struck. He contracted the virus, developed pneumonia, and died despite medical treatment. His death was tragic, but not mysterious. What is mysterious is why his reputation has been so thoroughly blackened by rumors and speculation. Perhaps it is because so little was known about him during his life. Perhaps it is because his death was so convenient that people assume it must have been engineered. Or perhaps it is simply that the Victorians and Edwardians loved a good scandal, and Eddie's early death provided fertile ground for imaginative storytelling. The death that truly shocked the early 20th century and revealed uncomfortable truths about the relationship between royal physicians and their patients occurred in January 1936. King George V had been ill for several years with chronic respiratory problems, probably related to his heavy smoking and to lung damage he had suffered from a riding accident. By January 1936, he was clearly dying. He was 70 years old, weak and struggling to breathe. His physicians knew he had only days or perhaps hours left. On the evening of January 20th, 1936, Lord Dawson of Penn, the king's principal physician, made a decision that would not be revealed publicly for 50 years. Rather than allowing the king to die slowly and perhaps in the night, Dawson administered a lethal injection of morphine and cocaine. The injection killed George V quickly and peacefully. Dawson then called the Queen and the Prince of Wales to the king's bedside, so they could be present at the moment of death. He noted the exact time carefully because he wanted to ensure that the king's death would be announced in the morning edition of the Times newspaper, rather than in what he called the less appropriate evening journals. Dawson's actions were not revealed until his personal notes were made public in 1986, 50 years after George's death. In those notes, Dawson wrote quite openly about what he had done and why. He claimed that he was acting mercifully, sparing the king a prolonged and uncomfortable death. He also claimed that the royal family had been consulted and had approved, though there is no evidence for this claim, and the Prince of Wales, later Edward VIII, denied having been told about the injection. Most disturbingly, Dawson admitted that his timing was calculated to ensure the death was announced in the Times rather than in evening papers, suggesting that he was more concerned with managing public perception than with the patient's well-being. When Dawson's notes became public, they sparked considerable controversy. What he had done was euthanasia, mercy killing, and while his intentions might have been good, he had acted without clear consent from the patient, or possibly even from the family. He had made himself judge, jury, and executioner, deciding that the king's life should end at a particular moment for reasons that had as much to do with public relations as with medicine, and he had kept this secret for the rest of his own life, dying in 1945 without ever publicly acknowledging what he had done. Was Lord Dawson a murderer, or was he a compassionate physician who ended suffering when death was inevitable anyway? The question remains controversial among medical ethicists today. Euthanasia is legal in some countries and illegal in others. Where it is legal, it typically requires explicit consent from the patient, consultation with multiple physicians, and careful documentation. Dawson followed none of these procedures. He acted unilaterally, in secret, and justified his actions only in private notes that were not meant to be published until after his own death. But Dawson's actions raise another disturbing question. If he was willing to euthanize George V, might he have done the same to others? 3 years before George's death, in 1933, Queen Maud of Norway had visited England. Maud was George's sister and was in her 60s. She fell suddenly ill while in England and underwent abdominal surgery. Performed by Lord Dawson, she survived this surgery but died shortly afterward from heart failure. Dawson reported to Norwegian doctors that her death had been a release that saved her from the painful final stages of cancer. But no one had diagnosed Maud with cancer before the surgery. The suggestion that Dawson had deliberately ended her life to spare her from suffering was not proven, but his later revelation about George's death made people wonder whether he had made a habit of playing God with his royal patients. There is no definitive evidence that Dawson euthanized Maud. Her death may have been exactly what it appeared to be, complications from surgery in an elderly patient. But the fact that her physician was later revealed to have killed another patient, even with what he considered good intentions, casts a shadow over all of his cases. How many times did Lord Dawson decide that a patient would be better off dead? But that dreadful image of how many times did he administer lethal doses of drugs without consent? And how many royal deaths that were officially attributed to natural causes were actually medical executions? These questions cannot be answered definitively because Dawson's notes only mention George V, but they serve as a reminder that even in the 20th century, with its advanced medicine and greater transparency, royal deaths could still be manipulated, covered up, and justified after the fact with explanations that obscured the truth. Second World War brought new dangers to the royal family. While King George VI and his family remained in London during the Blitz, demonstrating solidarity with their people, other members of the royal family took on various military and diplomatic roles. One of these was Prince George, Duke of Kent, younger brother of George VI and Edward VIII. George was considered one of the most cultured and cosmopolitan members of the royal family. He spoke several languages, had an interest in the arts, and had traveled extensively. He had married Princess Marina of Greece and Denmark in 1934, and they had 3 children. During the war, George served in the Royal Air Force, holding the rank of Air Commodore. On August 25, 1942, he was traveling aboard a short Sunderland flying boat that was supposed to be heading to Iceland for a morale-boosting visit to British troops. The plane took off from Invergordon in Scotland, but crashed into a hillside in Caithness, in the far north of Scotland, less than 30 minutes after takeoff. 14 of the 15 people on board were killed, including Prince George. The sole survivor was the rear gunner, who was thrown clear of the wreckage. The official investigation concluded that the crash was caused by pilot error. The plane had been flying too low in poor weather conditions, and the pilot had failed to gain sufficient altitude to clear the hills. The crash site was analyzed, witness statements were taken, and the findings were published in a report that attributed the accident to navigation mistakes and poor judgment. The matter was closed, and Prince George was buried with full military honors at Windsor. But questions lingered. Why had the plane been flying so low? Why had it been off course? Some witnesses claimed they had seen the plane flying in the wrong direction before the crash, heading toward the coast rather than toward Iceland. Others reported seeing a second plane in the area, though this was never confirmed. And there were rumors that Prince George had not actually been on his way to Iceland, but had been on a secret mission, possibly to meet with German officials to discuss peace negotiations. The secret mission theory has never been substantiated with solid evidence. It is based mostly on speculation and on the fact that some details of the flight were kept classified for years after the war. Proponents of the theory point out that Prince George had German relatives and connections, as did most of the British royal family, and that he might have been chosen as an unofficial envoy to explore whether peace talks were possible. According to this theory, the plane was deliberately sabotaged or shot down by British intelligence to prevent any peace negotiations that might have been seen as appeasement of Hitler. The problems with this theory are numerous. First, there is no documentary evidence that Prince George was on any secret mission. Second, if British intelligence had wanted to prevent such a mission, they could have simply forbidden George from traveling, rather than orchestrating an elaborate plane crash that killed 14 other people. Third, the physical evidence from the crash site was consistent with pilot error in bad weather, not with sabotage or enemy action. And finally, the sole survivor of the crash never suggested anything other than an accident. The most likely explanation remains the official one. The pilot made errors, flew too low in poor visibility, and crashed into a hill. Prince George's death was a tragedy, but not a mystery. What makes it seem mysterious is simply that he was royal, that he died during wartime when secrets and conspiracies were common, and that some details of military operations during the war remained classified for decades. But accidents happen, even to princes, even during wars, and sometimes an accident is just an accident. The second half of the 20th century saw the British monarchy transform itself into a more modern, more accessible institution. The coronation of Elizabeth II in 1953 was televised, bringing the ceremony into millions of homes. The royal family began to give interviews and appear in documentaries. They traveled more widely, met with more ordinary citizens, and tried to present themselves as a family that was simultaneously special and relatable. But with greater visibility came greater scrutiny, and when members of the royal family died under unusual circumstances, the public demanded answers. One such death occurred in 1972 and involved another Prince William of Gloucester, this one a great-grandson of George V and a cousin of Elizabeth II. This Prince William was born in December 1941, educated at Eton and Cambridge, and served in the British Foreign Office before returning to Britain to manage his family's estate when his father's health declined. He was considered one of the most eligible bachelors in Britain, handsome, charming, and accomplished. William was also an experienced pilot who enjoyed flying light aircraft. On August 28, 1972, he was competing in an air race at Halfpenny Green near Wolverhampton. He was piloting a Piper Cherokee aircraft and had his friend and co-pilot Viarel Mitchell with him. Shortly after takeoff, while making a turn at low altitude, the plane stalled and crashed. Both men were killed instantly. William was 30 years old. The accident investigation concluded that William had attempted a turn at too low an altitude and too slow an airspeed, causing the plane to stall. The maneuver was risky, especially at low altitude where there was no room for recovery if something went wrong. The investigators ruled that the crash was due to pilot error, specifically to an error of judgment about what the aircraft could safely do. Was there anything suspicious about the crash? Not according to the official investigation. It was a racing incident, the kind of accident that unfortunately occurs in air racing when pilots push their aircraft to the limits. William was an experienced pilot, but even experienced pilots make mistakes, especially in competitive situations where they may take risks they would not normally take. The plane was examined and showed no signs of mechanical failure or sabotage. Witnesses saw the plane stall and crash, consistent with the official explanation. What made William's death notable was not that it was mysterious, but that it was tragic and wasteful. He was young, talented, and had much to offer. His death left his parents devastated. His mother, the Duchess of Gloucester, never fully recovered from the loss, and it served as a reminder that royal status provided no protection against the ordinary dangers of life. A prince who chose to race airplanes faced the same risks as any other pilot, and when he made a mistake, the consequences were just as fatal. The late 20th century brought what is probably the most discussed and most controversial royal death of modern times. Diana, Princess of Wales, died on August 31, 1997, in a car crash in Paris. She was 36 years old, divorced from Prince Charles, but still immensely popular with the public. She had been dining at the Ritz Hotel with Dodi Fayed, son of Egyptian billionaire Mohammed Al Fayed, and they were being pursued by paparazzi photographers when their car crashed in the Pont de l'Alma tunnel. Diana was in the back seat of a Mercedes, driven by Henri Paul, deputy head of security at the Ritz Hotel. Dodi Fayed was beside her. In the front passenger seat was Trevor Rees-Jones, a bodyguard. According to witnesses and security camera footage, their car was being followed by photographers on motorcycles. The Mercedes entered the tunnel at high speed, lost control, struck a pillar, and crashed. Henri Paul and Dodi Fayed died at the scene. Trevor Rees-Jones survived with serious injuries. Diana was pulled from the wreckage alive but critically injured. She was taken to the hospital, but died a few hours later from internal injuries. The official investigation, conducted by French authorities and later by a British inquest, concluded that the crash was caused by Henri Paul's reckless driving while intoxicated. Toxicology tests showed that Paul had alcohol and prescription drugs in his system at levels that would have significantly impaired his driving. He was driving at speeds estimated at over 90 miles per hour in an urban tunnel with a speed limit of 30 miles per hour. The combination of excessive speed, intoxication, and the stress of being pursued by paparazzi led to the crash. But almost from the moment Diana's death was announced, conspiracy theories began to proliferate. Some claimed that Diana had been assassinated by British intelligence on orders from the royal family, who supposedly did not want her to marry a Muslim and give birth to a half-sibling to the future king. Others suggested that Mohammed Al Fayed had orchestrated the crash for some unclear motive. Still others claimed that Diana had faked her own death to escape the pressures of public life. The evidence supporting these conspiracy theories is thin to non-existent. The French investigation was thorough and professional. Multiple witnesses saw the crash or its immediate aftermath, and their accounts were consistent with an accident caused by drunk driving and excessive speed. The paparazzi who had been following the car were questioned, and while they were criticized for their aggressive pursuit, there was no evidence they had caused the crash directly. Several of them took photographs immediately after the crash, which was ethically reprehensible, but which also documented the scene and contradicted theories that the crash had been staged or that Diana had been killed by some method other than the collision. The British inquest, held from October 2007 to April 2008, heard from hundreds of witnesses and reviewed thousands of pages of evidence. The jury concluded that Diana and Dodi Fayed had been unlawfully killed due to the grossly negligent driving of Henri Paul and the paparazzi following the vehicle. This verdict acknowledged that while the crash was not deliberate, it was not simply an unavoidable accident either. Here, the pan was addressing a round-ball question, which stumbled so naturally that it often escaped perception. It was the result of reckless decisions by multiple people. Paul's decision to drive while intoxicated, the paparazzi's decision to pursue aggressively, and the decision by Diana and Dodi not to wear seatbelts. Why do conspiracy theories persist despite this evidence? Part of the answer lies in Diana's unique status. She was beloved by millions of people who felt a personal connection to her. Her death seemed pointless and tragic, and humans have a psychological need to find meaning in tragedy. The idea that she died because a drunk driver made bad decisions feels inadequate. It seems too random, too wasteful. The conspiracy theories, while unsupported by evidence, offer a narrative that makes her death seem more significant, more deliberate, more meaningful. Another factor is distrust of official institutions. Some people simply do not believe that governments and royal families tell the truth. They assume that powerful institutions cover up inconvenient truths and that official investigations are whitewashes. For these people, the very fact that official investigations concluded Diana's death was an accident becomes evidence that it was not an accident, because in their worldview, officials always lie. The reality is that Diana died in a car crash caused by drunk driving and reckless behavior. It was a waste of a life, a preventable tragedy, but it was not murder. The evidence is overwhelming and consistent. No credible alternative explanation has ever been presented that fits the physical evidence and witness testimony. Diana's death was tragic, but it was not mysterious. The 21st century has brought new examples of deaths in or around the royal family that have raised questions, though none have generated the level of conspiracy theorizing that surrounds Diana's death. In January 2012, the body of an unidentified woman was found on the Sandringham estate, the Queen's private property in Norfolk. The remains were discovered by a dog walker and had apparently been there for some time, possibly months. The police investigation determined that the death was suspicious and that the woman had likely been murdered, but they were unable to identify the victim or determine how she came to be on the estate. The case remains unsolved. No one has been charged with the murder, and the victim has never been positively identified despite DNA testing and public appeals for information. The fact that a body could lie undiscovered for months on property belonging to the Queen raised questions about security at royal residences. It also sparked speculation about whether the victim might have had some connection to the royal household, though police found no evidence to support this theory. The most likely explanation is that the victim was brought to the estate by her killer, who chose the location precisely because it was remote and the body was unlikely to be found quickly. The Sandringham estate covers 20,000 acres and includes farms, woods, and villages. Much of it is accessible to the public. It would not have been difficult for someone to bring a body onto the estate without being noticed, especially at night or in winter when there are fewer visitors. The case is tragic and disturbing, but it is not really a royal mystery. The victim appears to have been an ordinary person who was murdered and whose body was dumped on land that happened to belong to the Queen. The royal family almost certainly had nothing to do with the crime. The mystery is not why this happened on royal property, but rather who the victim was and who killed her. Those questions remain unanswered, and unless new evidence emerges, they may never be answered. A more recent death connected to the royal family occurred in February 2024. Thomas Kingston, who is married to Lady Gabriella Windsor, a minor member of the royal family and daughter of Prince Michael of Kent, was found dead at his parents' home in the Cotswolds. An inquest determined that he died from a traumatic head wound and that a gun was found near his body. The death was ruled an apparent suicide, and officials stated there were no suspicious circumstances and no other parties involved. Kingston was 45 years old and had married Lady Gabriella in 2019. By all accounts, he was successful in business, well-liked, and showed no obvious signs of suicidal depression. His death shocked his family and friends. King Charles and Queen Camilla issued a statement expressing their condolences and sending heartfelt thoughts and prayers to Gabriella and the Kingston family. The inquest findings seemed clear. Kingston had taken his own life with a firearm. Yet the sudden and unexpected nature of his death led to speculation and questions. Why would an apparently successful and happily married man kill himself? Was there something going on in his life that his family and friends were unaware of? Could there have been financial problems, health issues, or other stresses that were not publicly known? These questions may never be fully answered because suicide is often a private act committed by people who do not share their desperation with those around them. Mental illness can be hidden even from close family members. Depression can strike people who seem to have everything to live for, and sometimes there are no warning signs that others can recognize in time. The official verdict of suicide has not been seriously challenged. There is no evidence of foul play, no indication that anyone else was involved, and no apparent motive for anyone to harm Kingston. His death appears to be what it was ruled to be, a personal tragedy, a life ended by the victim's own hand for reasons that his survivors may never fully understand. The fact that he was connected to the royal family by marriage is incidental. His death is not a royal mystery so much as a human tragedy that happened to involve someone with royal connections. Looking back over the 20th and early 21st centuries, we can see that the pattern of mysterious royal deaths has changed dramatically from earlier eras. Medieval and Tudor royals died under circumstances that were genuinely suspicious, where murder was a real possibility, and where investigations were either superficial or non-existent. Victorian and Edwardian royals died from diseases and medical complications that were often misunderstood or mishandled by physicians who had more confidence than knowledge. The notable modern royals, by contrast, mostly die in ways that are well documented and thoroughly investigated. When they die in accidents, those accidents are examined by professional investigators who have access to advanced forensic techniques. When they die of illness, their medical treatment is provided by qualified physicians using evidence-based medicine. And when questions arise about the circumstances of death, inquiries provide public accountability. This does not mean that all modern royal deaths are completely understood or free from controversy. Diana's death continues to generate debate and speculation despite multiple official investigations. The body found at Sandringham reminds us that mysteries can still occur on royal property. Thomas Kingston's suicide raises questions about mental health and the pressures that even those who seem privileged and successful can face. But what has changed is that genuine conspiracies and deliberate murders are now much rarer, if they occur at all. The British monarchy no longer has the absolute power it once held. Royals cannot order the execution of rivals or cover up murders with impunity. They are subject to law, to media scrutiny, and to public accountability in ways that would have been unimaginable to Henry VIII or Richard III. The unsolved mysteries of modern royal deaths are mostly not mysteries about murder or conspiracy. They are mysteries about human behavior, about why people make the choices they do, about accidents that might have been prevented, about medical conditions that were not understood until too late. They are the ordinary mysteries of human life and death, which happen to involve people who are famous and whose deaths therefore receive intense public attention. Yet the fascination with royal deaths persists, and for good reason. Royalty still occupies a unique place in British and world culture. Kings and queens, princes and princesses represent something beyond themselves. They are symbols of history, tradition, and national identity. When they die, especially when they die young or tragically, it feels like more than just a personal loss. It feels like history itself has been interrupted, like a story that should have continued has been cut short. This is why people continue to speculate about Prince Albert Victor, to debate Lord Dawson's euthanasia of George V, to question the circumstances of Prince George's plane crash, and to refuse to accept that Diana died in an ordinary car accident. These deaths matter not just because of who these people were, but because of what they represented, and what their survival might have meant for the nation and the monarchy. The British royal family has survived for more than 1,000 years through wars, revolutions, scandals, and tragedies. It has adapted to changing times, reformed itself repeatedly, and maintained its place in British life despite predictions of its demise. And throughout that long history, death has been a constant companion. Some royal deaths were natural and expected. Others were violent and deliberate. Many fell somewhere in between, neither purely accidental nor clearly murderous, but ambiguous and troubling. What unites all these deaths, from Edmund Ironside to Thomas Kingston, from the princes in the Tower to Princess Diana, is the gap between what we know and what we wish we knew. Official explanations are provided, Investigations are conducted, verdicts are reached, but doubt remains. Questions persist, and the mysteries endure, because human nature demands answers, patterns, meaning. We want to believe that royal deaths, like royal lives, follow some kind of logic, serve some purpose, reveal some truth about power and its costs. Sometimes they do. The convenient deaths of royal rivals, the suspicious timing of accidents that benefit certain people, the patterns of poison and plot that run through medieval and Tudor history. These tell us real truths about how power operates and what people will do to obtain or maintain it. Other times, royal deaths are simply random, the result of disease or accident or personal despair, no different from the deaths of ordinary people, except that they happen to involve someone with a title. The challenge for historians, investigators, and all of us who are fascinated by these stories is to distinguish between real mysteries and imagined ones, between deaths that genuinely deserve suspicion and those that are tragic but explicable. We must resist the temptation to see conspiracy everywhere while remaining alert to the real conspiracies that have occurred throughout history. We must balance skepticism of official narratives with respect for evidence and professional investigation. The 30 British royals whose deaths we have examined in this journey through history died in many different ways and for many different reasons. Some were almost certainly murdered, others died of disease or accident. A few took their own lives, and for many, we simply cannot know with certainty what happened because the evidence is lost to time or was never properly gathered in the first place. What we can say is that their deaths shaped history, triggered succession crises, changed laws, influenced public opinion, and left questions that continue to intrigue us centuries or decades later. They remind us that royal blood provides no immunity to violence, disease, or accident. They demonstrate that power, for all its privileges, cannot control fate, and they prove that some mysteries, once created, can never be fully solved no matter how much time passes or how much investigation is conducted. As we close this examination of unsolved royal deaths, we are left with the certainty of one thing only, that as long as there are monarchies, there will be royal deaths, and as long as there are royal deaths, there will be questions, suspicions, and mysteries that refuse to be put to rest. The dead cannot speak to defend themselves or accuse their killers. The evidence fades with time, witnesses die, documents are lost or destroyed, and truth becomes increasingly difficult to distinguish from legend. But the questions remain, echoing down through history, waiting for answers that may never come.